Don't look in the water. The first time I saw my reflection ripple and change in the lake surface, I convinced myself it was just the water playing tricks. That's what Wedo is, isn't it? We rationalize the impossible until it fits neatly into our understanding of the world. But some things refuse to be neatly categorized, and Stillwater Lake is one of them. My name is Daniel Mercer. At least, that's who I believe I am. 3 months ago, I returned to my childhood hometown of Brackenbush after 20 years away. I inherited my father's lakeside cabin after his suicide, an event that still doesn't make sense to me. Dad wasn't the type. He was solid, pragmatic, a man who found poetry in fishing lures and weather patterns, but never in darkness or despair. The letter from the lawyer was brief. Dad had drowned himself in Stillwater Lake on the night of the winter solstice. No note, no explanation, just his empty boots placed carefully on the dock, as though he had simply evaporated. I remember staring at the attorney's letter in my Boston apartment, coffee growing cold beside me, thinking, that's not right. That's not Dad. When I arrived in Brackenbush, snow was falling in thick, silent flakes that muffled the world. The cabin sat hunched at the edge of Stillwater Lake, its windows dark like closed eyes. I hadn't been back since I left for college, a lifetime ago. Dad and I had spoken on the phone every Sunday, but I always had an excuse not to visit. Too busy with work, too expensive to fly, too many memories of Mom's death. Now, as I trudged through the snow toward the cabin, keys clutched in my gloved hand, I felt the weight of that neglect. 20 years of Sundays reduced to disembodied voices on a telephone line. The lock was stiff with cold, and when the door finally swung open, the smell hit me first, dust and disuse and something underneath, something damp and organic that reminded me of overturned stones and the things that writhe beneath them. I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. Power's been out for a while, said a voice behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. An older man stood in the snow, a flashlight in his gloved hand. He had the weathered face of someone who'd spent a lifetime outdoors, creased with lines that deepened as he frowned at me. Sheriff Mills, he said, extending his hand. You must be Henry's boy. I shook his hand. Daniel. Yeah, folks around here thought you might not come. I didn't know how to respond to that. Was I supposed to be offended? To apologize? I had to settle Dad's affairs, I said finally. Sheriff Mills nodded, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. Well, there's not much to settle. Henry kept to himself these last few years, especially after. He trailed off. After what? The sheriff's eyes slid past me, toward the dark surface of the lake beyond the cabin. Just got odd is all. Started talking about the lake like it was alive. Said it was showing him things. A chill that had nothing to do with the winter air crawled up my spine. What kinds of things? Sheriff Mills shrugged. Never said exactly. Just that the water was trying to tell him something. Between you and me, I think losing your mother hit him harder than anyone knew. Grief does strange things to a mind, especially when you're out here all alone. He handed me the flashlight. Our company says they'll have the electricity back on by tomorrow. There's firewood stacked on the porch. You need anything. Town's just 4 miles down the road. As he turned to go, he paused. Daniel, a word of advice. Sure, don't go out on the lake. Ice is too thin this time of year. Dangerous. With that cryptic warning, he trudged back to his cruiser and left me alone with the dark cabin, the silent woods, and the vast, still expanse of Stillwater Lake stretching into the darkness. I got a fire going in the old stone fireplace and set up camp in the living room. The cabin was just as I remembered it from childhood. Knotty pine walls, braided rugs on hardwood floors, Dad's collection of hand-tied fishing flies in a display case. The only difference was the silence. No Dad humming as he cooked breakfast. No radio tuned to the weather report. No gentle lecture on the habits of brown trout. After unpacking my meager supplies, I found myself drawn to the window overlooking the lake. In the moonlight, its surface was black and glossy, like polished obsidian. Wind rippled across it, creating patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost like, no, it was just water, just a lake. I turned away and forced myself to focus on practical matters. There was no cell service this far out. and with the power out, I couldn't charge my phone anyway. I found Dad's old battery-powered radio and tuned it to the local station, more for the company of human voices than for information. Marks the 5th anniversary of the Stillwater incident, the announcer was saying. Local officials maintain that the water contamination was successfully contained and poses no further risk to residents. However, some environmental groups continue to express concerns. I turned it off. I didn't want to hear about contamination when I was going to be here for weeks, drinking the local water, breathing the air. Besides, if there had been some kind of environmental incident, surely Dad would have mentioned it during our calls. That first night, I slept poorly. The fire died down to embers, and the cold crept in. I dreamed of dark water closing over my head, of sinking down and down into blackness. In the dream, something brushed against my leg, something that felt like fingers. I jerked awake gasping, tangled in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering. Dawn found me exhausted but restless. The power was still out. I made coffee on Dad's old camping stove and took it outside onto the porch. The morning was clear and cold, the lake a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding pines and the pale blue sky. It was beautiful, peaceful. Hard to imagine it harboring anything sinister. As I sipped my coffee, I noticed something on the dock, a dark shape that hadn't been there the night before. Curious, I walked down to investigate. It was a fishing rod, neatly placed parallel to the edge of the dock. Dad's favorite Orvis. I'd recognize it anywhere. He taught me to cast with this very rod when I was a boy. But what was it doing out here? Had Sheriff Mills or someone else from town left it as some kind of memorial? I picked it up. The cork handle was damp, as if someone had just set it down after using it. But that was impossible. It was the middle of winter. The lake was too cold for fishing. Besides, this rod had to have been in the cabin somewhere. I hadn't seen it last night, but I hadn't exactly done a thorough inventory either. I carried it back to the cabin, unsettled. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Who would have placed it there? And why? The power came back on around noon. I spent the rest of the day going through Dad's things, trying to find some explanation for his suicide. His desk contained the usual bills, correspondence, fishing magazines. His journal revealed nothing out of the ordinary, just records of weather conditions, fishing successes and failures, occasional observations about wildlife, until the entries from about 6 months before his death. November 3, saw it again today. Face in the water wasn't mine. Tried to photograph it, but nothing shows up on camera. November 10th, it's getting clearer. Not just a face now, sometimes a whole person. Looks like me, but wrong somehow. Eyes too wide, smile too fixed. November 15th, it speaks now. Mouth moves underwater, but I can hear it in my head. Says it wants to help me. Says it can bring Mary back. Mary, my mother, dead for 15 years from cancer. November 20th, it's showing me things. Things that haven't happened yet. Things that couldn't happen. Mary alive again. Daniel coming home. But there's always something wrong in these visions. The colors are too bright, and sometimes their skin. It moves in ways it shouldn't. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. Dad had clearly been suffering from delusions, hallucinations. Grief and isolation had finally broken something in his mind. I should have visited. I should have known. I went to bed that night with a heavy heart. My dreams again filled with dark water and things moving beneath the surface. But this time, there was something new, a voice, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The next morning, I decided to go into town for supplies and maybe ask around about Dad's final months. Brackenbush was smaller than I remembered, a handful of buildings clustered around a main street. The general store was still there, still run by the Whitaker family if the sign was anything to go by. A bell jingled as I entered. Behind the counter, a woman in her 60s looked up and did a double take. Danny Mercer? Is that you? It took me a moment to recognize her. Mrs. Whitaker? She came around the counter and enveloped me in a hug that smelled of peppermint and flower. Look at you, all grown up. We heard you were coming back after Henry. She faltered. Well, we're glad you're here. How long are you staying? Just until I settle Dad's affairs. A few weeks, maybe. She nodded, but there was something in her expression. Concern? Pity? You're staying at the cabin then? Yes. Alone? The question seemed odd. Yes. Mrs. Whitaker exchanged a glance with an elderly man stocking shelves nearby. Something unspoken passed between them. What? I asked. What's wrong? Nothing, dear. She patted my arm. It's just that cabin's been empty since Henry passed. Nearly 3 months now. Might be a bit lonely out there. I'll manage, I said, though her concern was making me uneasy. Actually, I was hoping to talk to people who knew Dad, especially in those last few months. Did he seem different to you? Again, that look passed between Mrs. Whitaker and the old man. Henry kept to himself, she said carefully, more than usual toward the end. But he did come in for supplies every couple of weeks. Last time I saw him, he was distracted, about twice as much of everything, like he was stocking up for something. Did he say anything unusual? Mrs. Whitaker hesitated. He asked if anyone else had reported seeing things in the lake. Strange lights, he said, or faces in the water. My blood ran cold. So it wasn't just in Dad's journal. He'd been talking about his delusions publicly. And had they reported seeing things, I mean. No, dear. But her eyes slid away from mine. No reports like that. I didn't believe her. After buying supplies, I stopped at the local diner for lunch. The place was nearly empty. Just a couple of old-timers at the counter and a family with 2 young children in a booth. I took a seat at the counter and ordered coffee and a sandwich. The waitress, a tired-looking woman in her 40s, did the same double-take Mrs. Whitaker had done. You're Henry Mercer's boy. It wasn't a question. I nodded. I'm sorry about your dad, she said, pouring coffee. He was a good man. Thanks. I hesitated, then asked, Did you know him well? She shrugged. As well as anyone, I guess. He came in here most Sundays after church. Always ordered the same thing, pot roast, mashed potatoes, apple pie a la mode. I smiled despite myself. That sounded like Dad. He stopped coming in about 2 months before. She trailed off. Before what happened, when he did show up that last time, he looked awful, like he hadn't slept in days. Kept staring out the window at the lake. Asked me if I'd ever noticed anything strange about the water. My smile faded. What did you tell him? The waitress glanced over her shoulder, then leaned in close. I told him no, but that wasn't entirely true. I leaned in too, lowering my voice. What do you mean? My brother went missing at Stillwater Lake when I was a kid. They found his clothes on the dock, just like your dad's. Everyone assumed he drowned, but they never found his body. She swallowed hard. A week after he disappeared, I went to the lake. I was 13, angry, wanted to scream at the water that took my brother. And when I looked down into it, she stopped, her eyes distant. What? I prompted. What did you see? I saw Tommy, my brother, looking up at me from underwater. But he was wrong. His eyes were too big. His smile was too wide. And his skin. She shuddered. It moved, like there was something crawling underneath it. I felt sick. It was the same description from Dad's journal. I told myself it was grief playing tricks on me. The waitress continued. That I imagined it, but your dad's questions brought it all back. Has anyone else ever reported seeing things in the lake? She straightened up, her expression closing. I've said too much. Your sandwich will be right up. She hurried away, and for the rest of my meal, she avoided my gaze. As I drove back to the cabin, her story haunted me. It was too similar to Dad's journal entries to be coincidence. Either they had both suffered from the same delusion, or, no, there had to be a rational explanation. Mass hysteria maybe, or some kind of hallucinogenic algae in the lake water. I remembered the radio mention of contamination. Maybe that was it. Some chemical that caused hallucinations and paranoia. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the snow. I unloaded the groceries and then, on impulse, walked down to the dock. The lake was still, not a ripple disturbing its surface, despite the light breeze rustling through the pines. I kneeled and looked into the water. My reflection looked back at me. Perfectly normal. Dark hair, Beard stubble, tired eyes. Just me. I felt silly. What had I expected? Some horror movie monster rising from the depths? But as I started to stand, something changed. A ripple moved across the surface, from below, not above, distorting my reflection. For just a second, my face seemed to shift, the features rearranging themselves into something that was almost me, but not quite. The eyes were wider, the smile broader, the skin. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. It had lasted only an instant, and now my reflection was normal again. I must have imagined it, influenced by the stories I'd heard. I turned and hurried back to the cabin. Inside, I poured myself a generous whiskey from a bottle I found in Dad's cupboard. My hands were shaking. It's just stress, I told myself. Grief. The power of suggestion. I spent the evening going through more of Dad's papers, looking for anything that might explain his mental state in those final months. In his desk drawer, I found a folder labeled simply Stillwater. Inside were newspaper clippings, some yellow with age. The oldest dated back to 1879, describing the tragic and perplexing disappearance of a local man at the lake. His clothes had been found on the shore. His body was never recovered. There were more articles, spanning decades, point 1912, 1945, 1978, 1997, all describing similar incidents. People vanishing at Stillwater Lake, leaving their clothes behind, their bodies never found, and all on or near the winter solstice. The most recent article was from 5 years ago, the Stillwater incident mentioned on the radio. A team of environmental scientists had been testing the lake water when one of them disappeared. The others reported equipment malfunctions, lost samples, and unexplained phenomena, including visual and auditory hallucinations. The article quoted a Dr. Elizabeth Chun. There's something in that water that defies conventional analysis. It's not chemical, not biological, at least not in any way we understand. Whatever it is, it's changing. The article went on to describe how the research team was suddenly withdrawn, their findings classified. Local officials issued statements about a minor contamination that had been contained, urging residents not to panic. I sat back, my mind racing. Dad had been collecting these stories. He'd seen a pattern no one else had noticed, or that everyone else had deliberately ignored. And then he'd become part of that pattern. But why? What was in the lake? And why did it take people on the winter solstice? I was so absorbed in these questions that I almost didn't notice the scratching sound. At first, I thought it was tree branches against the cabin's exterior, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate, and it was coming from the bedroom, Dad's bedroom. Cautiously, I approached the door, which was slightly ajar. The scratching continued, steady and insistent. I pushed the door open. The room was dark except for moonlight streaming through the window. Nothing seemed out of place. Dad's neatly made bed, his dresser, his fly-tying desk in the corner. The scratching had stopped. I turned on the light and looked around more carefully. Nothing seemed disturbed. I was about to leave when I noticed a dark stain on the hardwood floor beside the bed. It formed a rough circle about a foot in diameter, and it was wet. I touched it. My fingers came away dark. Not blood, lake water. It was lake water somehow, in a perfect circle in the middle of Dad's bedroom floor. And as I watched, horrified, something began to rise from the circle. Not water, but a hand, a human hand, pale and glistening, reaching up as if from beneath the floor itself. I scrambled backward, knocking over a chair. The hand continued to emerge, followed by a wrist, an arm, and then it stopped. The arm extended straight up from the floor. Fingers splayed as if reaching for something. Then, slowly, the fingers curled inward, making a beckoning gesture. Come here, it seemed to say. Come closer. Instead, I ran. Out of the bedroom, out of the cabin, into the cold night air. I stumbled down toward my car, fumbling for my keys, my breath clouding in the frigid air. Something made me look back. The cabin was dark except for the light in Dad's bedroom. And there, in the window, was a figure. Not the disembodied arm, but a whole person. A man. Dad. No, not Dad. Something wearing Dad's shape. It raised its hand and pressed it against the glass. Even from this distance, I could see its mouth moving, forming words I couldn't hear. I drove into town in a panic, checked into the only motel, and spent a sleepless night jumping at every sound. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I had experienced some kind of waking nightmare, a hallucination brought on by stress and the power of suggestion. Almost. I returned to the cabin in daylight, half expecting to find that strange circle of water in Dad's bedroom, but the floor was dry, normal, no sign of the impossible thing I thought I'd witnessed. Relief made me lightheaded. I was losing it, just like Dad had. Isolation and grief were powerful forces. I needed to finish going through his affairs and get back to Boston as quickly as possible. But as I turned to leave the room, I noticed something on Dad's fly-tying desk that I hadn't seen before. A manila envelope with my name written on it in Dad's precise handwriting. Inside was a letter dated the day before he died. Daniel, if you're reading this, then I've gone into the water, and I didn't come back out. At least, not as myself. I know how this will sound. I know you'll think grief finally broke me, that I lost my grip on reality. I wish that were true. The actual truth is so much worse. It started 3 months ago. I saw a face in the lake. That wasn't my reflection. It was me, but not me. Something wearing my appearance, like an ill-fitting suit. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, or that my eyes were going bad, but it kept happening. Then it started talking to me, not out loud in my head. It knew things, Daniel. Things it couldn't possibly know. About your mother. About you. About what I fear and what I desire most. It offered me a deal. It said it could bring Mary back. All I had to do was go into the water on the solstice. It said it needed a host, a way to experience the world above. It's been doing this for centuries, taking one person every few decades. That's why there are no bodies. It doesn't kill them. It becomes them. I've spent months researching, trying to understand what it is. The oldest stories from the original inhabitants of this land speak of a spirit trapped in the lake, ancient and hungry, not evil exactly, but utterly alien, with no concept of human morality or life. It doesn't understand that what it does is wrong. It just wants to be among us, to experience our world, our sensations. And when each host body wears out, it needs a new one. I can feel it in my mind now, all the time. It's wearing me down. It showed me what will happen if I refuse. It will take someone else. Someone from town. A child, maybe. It's patient. It can wait. So I've made my choice. Better me than an innocent. But I'm leaving you this warning, son. After it takes me, it will look like me. It will talk like me. It might even believe it is me. But it won't be. And eventually, it will need a new host. It's drawn to bloodlines. It will come for you next. There's only one way to destroy it. The letter ended there, as if Dad had been interrupted while writing it. The rest of the page was blank except for a dark water stain in the bottom corner. I sank onto Dad's bed, the letter trembling in my hands. It was madness. All of it. Dad had lost his mind in his final days, constructing an elaborate delusion to explain his suicidal thoughts. And yet, the arm rising from the floor, the figure in the window, the consistent stories spanning centuries, the environmental team's unexplained findings. What if it was true? I spent the rest of the day alternating between rationalization and terror. I told myself Dad's letter was the product of a mind unhinged by grief and loneliness. I told myself the strange occurrences at the cabin were the product of my own stressed psyche, influenced by Dad's writings and local legends. But if that were true, how did I explain the fishing rod on the dock that first morning? Or the perfect circle of lake water in Dad's bedroom? Or the figure I'd seen at the window? By evening, I had made up my mind. I would pack up, drop the cabin keys at the lawyer's office in town, and get the hell out of Brackenbush. Dad's estate could be settled long distance. I didn't need to stay here, surrounded by madness and dark water. I was throwing clothes into my suitcase when someone knocked at the door. Warily I approached. Through the window beside the door, I could see Sheriff Mills standing on the porch, his breath clouding in the cold air. I opened the door. "Sheriff, what can I do for you?" "Evening, Daniel." He stamped his feet against the cold. "Mind if I come in for a minute?" I stepped aside, and he entered, removing his hat. He looked around the cabin with an expression I couldn't quite read. "How are you settling in?" he asked. "Actually, I was just packing to leave," I said. "I think I can handle the rest of Dad's affairs from Boston." Sheriff Mills nodded slowly. "Probably for the best. This place holds too many memories, I imagine." Something like that. He wandered over to the window overlooking the lake. "Beautiful at this time of day, isn't it? When the sun hits the water just right." I glanced out. The setting sun had turned the lake's surface to burnished copper. It was beautiful in a stark, cold way. "Sheriff," I said, "what do you know about the lake? About the disappearances?" He turned to look at me, his expression guarded. "What disappearances?" I found a folder in Dad's desk. Newspaper articles going back more than 100 years. People vanishing at the lake, leaving their clothes behind. Just like Dad. Sheriff Mills was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed. "Every town has its stories, Daniel. Its legends. Most are just that, legends. But not all." He rubbed a hand over his face. "Your father was troubled in his final months. Started talking about seeing things in the lake, hearing voices. I tried to get him to see someone, get some help, but he refused." "Did you believe him? About seeing things?" The sheriff's gaze was steady. "I believe Henry believed what he was seeing. That's not the same thing. But what about all those disappearances? They can't all be suicides or accidents." "People underestimate how dangerous water can be," Sheriff Mills said. "Especially in winter. Hypothermia sets in fast. Bodies sink, get caught in underwater currents, are eaten by fish. Sometimes they're never found." It was a rational explanation, the kind I wanted to believe, but it didn't account for everything. "What about the environmental research team? The Stillwater incident from 5 years ago?" Something flickered in Sheriff Mills's eyes. "That was nothing. A minor chemical spill that got blown out of proportion. The article I read mentioned hallucinations, classified findings, a researcher who disappeared. You shouldn't believe everything you read, Daniel." The sheriff put his hat back on. "Look, I just stopped by to check on you. I'm glad you're heading back to Boston. Some places aren't good for certain people. Your father should have left years ago. Maybe things would have turned out different if he had." As he turned to go, a thought struck me. "Sheriff, the researcher who disappeared 5 years ago, what was his name?" Sheriff Mills paused at the door. "Does it matter?" "Humor me." "Mercer," he said finally. "Dr. Thomas Mercer. Your uncle. My Uncle Tom. Dad's younger brother, who I'd been told died in a car accident. Who I was named after, Daniel Thomas Mercer. After Sheriff Mills left, I sat in stunned silence. Dad had lied about Uncle Tom's death. Why? To protect me from the truth? To keep me away from Stillwater Lake? And now Dad himself had gone into the water, convinced that some ancient entity was possessing people, moving from host to host over centuries. It was insane. It had to be. But it would explain why Dad thought it would come for me next. Because of the bloodline connection, I needed to get out of here. Now, I resumed packing, moving faster now, throwing things haphazardly into my suitcase. As I passed the window, I glanced out at the lake again. The sun had set, and in the gathering darkness, the water looked black and impenetrable, except for one spot, near the dock. There was a strange glow there, a pale blue-white light, shining up from beneath the surface. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I found myself walking toward the cabin door, then out onto the porch, then down the path toward the dock. The light grew brighter as I approached, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. I stepped onto the dock, my footsteps hollow on the wooden planks. The light was directly below me now, illuminating the dark water from within, and in that light, I could see something taking shape. A face. My face. But wrong. The eyes too wide and unblinking. The smile too broad, showing too many teeth. And the skin, it rippled and shifted as if something was moving beneath it. "Daniel," a voice said in my head, "we've been waiting for you." I should have run. Should have gotten in my car and driven away as fast as possible. Instead, I found myself kneeling, leaning closer to that glowing face beneath the water. You look so much like him. The voice continued. Your father. He fought us at first, too. But in the end, he understood what we offered. A chance to be something more than human. A chance to live beyond the constraints of a single lifetime. You're not real, I whispered. You're a hallucination. A delusion. The thing wearing my face laughed. A sound like water rushing over stones. Is that what you tell yourself? What all of you tell yourselves when confronted with something beyond your understanding? What are you? My voice was shaking. We are ancient. We were here before your kind walked upright. We have been many things, worn many faces, and now we need a new vessel. My father, what did you do to him? The face beneath the water shifted, changing from my features to Dad's. The same wrong eyes, the same wrong smile. We became him, as he became us. We shared his memories, his experiences. We felt what it was to be human again, if only for a little while. Why are you showing yourself to me? Why not just take me, if that's what you want? It doesn't work that way. You have to come willingly. You have to choose. And if I refuse, the face changed again, becoming a child's face, a little girl with braided hair. Then we find someone else, someone younger, with more life to give us, more years to experience your world. Horror washed over me. You are threatening to take a child if I don't agree. It's not a threat. It's a fact. We must have a vessel. The form doesn't matter to us, but we thought you would prefer we take you rather than an innocent. Just what Dad had said in his letter. Better me than an innocent. You're lying, I said, my voice stronger now. Dad never would have agreed to this. He would never have willingly given himself to you. But he did. In the end, he understood. He saw what we showed him. The return of his beloved Mary, your mother, restored to him. All he had to do was come into the water. My mother is dead. Nothing can bring her back. Are you sure? The face beneath the water changed again, becoming a woman's face. Mom's face, exactly as I remembered her from childhood. Her gentle smile, her kind eyes. Daniel, her voice said in my head, my sweet boy, I've missed you so much. Tears blur my vision. It couldn't be her. It wasn't her. And yet, come into the water, Daniel, Mom's voice coaxed. Join us. We can be a family again. I was leaning so far forward now that my face was just inches from the water surface. My tears fell, causing ripples that distorted the glowing face below. Just one small step, Mom's voice whispered. That's all it takes. My hand moved of its own accord, reaching toward the water. I was so tired of being alone, so tired of grief and guilt. If there was even the slightest chance, my fingertips touched the surface. The water was warm, not cold, as if inviting me in. And then, from somewhere distant, I heard another voice, real, not in my head. Sheriff Mills, calling my name. I jerked back, the spell broken. The glowing face beneath the water contorted in what looked like anger, then vanished. The light winked out, leaving only darkness. I scrambled to my feet as Sheriff Mills approached, his flashlight beam cutting through the night. Daniel, what are you doing out here in the dark? I couldn't answer. My mind was reeling from what I had almost done. Sheriff Mills cast his light over me, and out across the lake's surface. You weren't thinking of going for a swim, were you? The water's near freezing this time of year. No, I thought I saw something. A light. The sheriff's expression changed, became wary. What kind of light? Like something glowing underwater. And I hesitated, knowing how insane it would sound. And faces. Changing faces. Sheriff Mills was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed heavily. Come back to the cabin, Daniel. There's something you need to know. Once inside, Sheriff Mills refused to sit. He paced the small living room, looking troubled. I wasn't entirely honest with you before, he said finally, about the disappearances, about what's in the lake. My heart hammered in my chest. So you do know. Not for certain, but I've lived in Brackenbush all my life. I've heard the stories, seen things myself from time to time. Like what? Lights under the water, faces that change, voices. He glanced at me. They show you what you want most. what you've lost, what you'd do anything to get back. Why didn't you tell me this before? Would you have believed me? He shook his head. Besides, I didn't think. I hoped you wouldn't experience it. Most people don't. It seems to choose specific individuals, usually from the same families over generations. Like the Mercers, I said. My Uncle Tom. My father. Yes. What is it? This thing in the lake. Sheriff Mills rubbed his face. No one knows for sure. The original inhabitants of this land believed it was a spirit trapped between worlds. The early settlers thought it was the devil. That environmental research team 5 years ago. They had scientific equipment, modern technology. They still couldn't explain it. But they found something. Something that got classified. Yes, your uncle was the lead researcher. When he disappeared, the others were ordered to destroy their findings and leave. But one of them, a woman, Dr. Chun, she came back a year later, found me, told me what they discovered, which was that the water in Stillwater Lake isn't entirely water. At a molecular level, it's something else. Something that can reorganize itself, take on different properties, almost like it's alive. Sheriff Mills looked out the window at the dark lake beyond, or like it's a doorway to somewhere else, and whatever's on the other side can reach through it. My mind struggled to process this. It was like something from a science fiction novel, not reality. And yet, I had seen the face in the water, heard the voice in my head. Why are you telling me this now? Because you're in danger. Sheriff Mills turned back to me. It marks people somehow. Once it's shown itself to you, it doesn't stop until it gets what it wants. Which is a vessel, a human body to inhabit. It can only exist in our world through us. Just as Dad had written in his letter, just as the voice in the water had told me. How do I stop it? I asked. Dad's letter mentioned a way to destroy it, but it was cut off. Sheriff Mills looked surprised. Your father found a way? I don't know. The letter ends mid-sentence. May I see it? I retrieved the letter from Dad's bedroom and handed it to him. Sheriff Mills read it carefully, his expression growing more troubled with each line. He knows more than Ito, he said finally. This confirms what Dr. Chen told me, about it needing hosts, about it being drawn to bloodlines, but this part about destroying it. He shook his head. If Henry discovered a way, he never shared it with me. So what do I do? Just leave? Will that keep me safe? I don't know. Maybe. It seems centered on the lake, but... He hesitated. But what? Dr. Chen said once it marks someone, you can find them anywhere, through any water. A chill ran through me. So I can never take a shower again, never drink a glass of water. I don't know if it's that powerful, but I wouldn't risk staying near large bodies of water. No lakes, no rivers, no oceans. It seemed impossible. How does one avoid water in the modern world? Sheriff Mills handed the letter back to me. Pack your things. Come stay at my place tonight. Tomorrow, we'll get you on a plane back to Boston. Maybe distance will help. I nodded, numb with fear and disbelief. As Sheriff Mills went out to warm up his car, I threw the last of my belongings into my suitcase. Dad's letter I folded carefully and tucked into my jacket pocket. Just before leaving, I took one last look around the cabin. My eyes fell on Dad's fishing rod, the one I had found on the dock that first morning. On impulse, I picked it up. Whatever happened, I wanted something of Dad's to take with me. Something real and solid that represented the man he had been before the thing in the lake got to him. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin, dark and empty against the night sky. Behind it, Stillwater Lake lay flat and black, revealing nothing of what might lurk beneath its surface. That night, I slept poorly on Sheriff Mills's couch, dreaming of dark water and changing faces. In the dream, I was underwater, looking up at a figure standing on a dock. With shock, I realized the figure was me, or something that looked like me, and I was looking up from below, seeing through the eyes of the thing in the lake. I woke gasping, tangled in blankets, my body drenched in sweat that felt too much like lake water. Sheriff Mills drove me to the small regional airport the next morning. Call me when you get to Boston, he said as we parted. Let me know you're safe. The flight was turbulent, and every time the plane shook, I imagined it was somehow the lake reaching for me, even miles above the earth. Irrational, I told myself. Paranoid. But when I got back to my Boston apartment, the first thing I did was cover all the mirrors and remove the stopper from the bathtub drain. I couldn't shake the fear that the thing from the lake could reach me through any reflective surface, any standing water. Days passed, and weeks. Winter gave way to spring. Gradually, I began to relax. Whatever had been in Stillwater Lake seemed to have stayed there. The nightmares faded. I stopped covering the mirrors. I even started taking showers again, instead of just sponge baths. I called Sheriff Mills regularly at first, checking if there had been any more disappearances or strange occurrences at the lake. There hadn't been. The town of Brackenbush continued as it always had, quiet and unremarkable. As for Dad's estate, I handled everything remotely. The cabin was put up for sale, though I doubted it would find a buyer anytime soon. Not with its history, not with the lake so close. One evening in late April, I was washing dishes when I noticed something odd about the water in the sink. It wasn't draining properly, and as it cooled, it began to take on a faint glow, the same blue-white luminescence I had seen in Stillwater Lake. I jerked my hands out of the water and stumbled backward, heart racing. The glow intensified. Then, horribly, I saw a face forming in the water. My face, but wrong. Eyes too wide. Smile too fixed. Did you think distance would matter? The voice said in my head. Did you think you could escape us? I grabbed a towel and frantically wiped my wet hands. Leave me alone, I whispered. Please, we cannot. You are marked. You are chosen. You will come to us eventually. Never. Then we will come to you. The water in the sink began to rise, defying gravity, forming a column that twisted and writhed like something alive. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to tear my eyes from the impossible sight. The column of water shaped itself into a human form, a rough approximation of a person, featureless except for those two wide eyes and two fixed smile. It took a step toward me, leaving no wet footprint on the floor. Another step, water that moved like a person made of water. I broke from my paralysis and ran, out of the kitchen, through the living room, to the front door. Behind me, I heard a sound like waves breaking, and a voice. Not in my head this time, but in the air. Daniel, we're coming. I fled the apartment, ran down 6 flights of stairs rather than wait for the elevator, burst out into the street where it was raining. Of course it was raining, water falling from the sky, touching my skin, seeping into my clothes. Each droplet that hit me felt wrong somehow, heavy with intent. I could swear I heard whispers in the pattering of rain. My name repeated over and over. Daniel, Daniel, Daniel. I ran blindly through the downpour. No destination in mind except away. Away from water. Away from that voice. Away from the thing that had taken my father and now wanted me. I ended up at a 24-hour diner, shivering and soaked. The waitress gave me a concerned look as I slid into a booth. Honey, you look like you've seen a ghost, she said, placing a menu in front of me. Coffee. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. When she brought the coffee, I stared at it warily. It was liquid. Could the thing reach me through a cup of coffee? Don't be ridiculous, I told myself. You're having a breakdown, seeing things that aren't there, just like Dad did. But Dad's visions had been real. The sheriff had confirmed it. The thing in the lake was real. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and called Sheriff Mills. It was late, after midnight, but he answered on the 3rd ring, voice rough with sleep. Daniel, what's wrong? It found me, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Here in Boston, in my apartment. A long pause. Then, tell me exactly what happened. I described the glowing water, the face, the column that had formed into a human shape. As I spoke, the event seemed increasingly impossible, the product of an unhinged mind rather than reality. Did anyone else see it? Sheriff Mills asked when I finished. No, I was alone. Another pause. Daniel, have you been sleeping? Eating properly? I understood what he was asking. You think I imagined it, that I'm having some kind of psychological break. I think grief can do strange things to a person, and what you experienced at the lake, it would be enough to traumatize anyone. You told me yourself that the thing was real, that it could find me through any water. I told you what Dr. Chim believed, what the stories say. But Daniel, think about what you're describing. Water rising up in the shape of a person, it defies the laws of physics. So does a face under the water that isn't a reflection. So does a voice in your head. I was nearly shouting now, drawing concerned looks from the few other late-night patrons. I lowered my voice. You believed it was real at the lake. Why not here? Sheriff Mills sighed. I don't know what to tell you, Daniel. Maybe it is real. Maybe it can reach that far. Or maybe the trauma of losing your father the way you did, combined with the stories and the atmosphere of that place. Maybe it affected you more than you realize. I felt utterly alone in that moment. The one person who might have understood, who might have believed me, was now suggesting I was mentally ill. I know what I saw. I said finally, okay, let's say it is real, that it can reach you in Boston. What are you going to do? That was the question, wasn't it? What could I do against something that could apparently manifest through any water anywhere? I don't know, I admitted. Dad's letter mentioned a way to destroy it, but he never finished writing it down. Maybe there's something else in his papers, Sheriff Mills suggested. Something you missed. Maybe. You want me to come up there? I could fly out tomorrow. The offer surprised me. Why would you do that? Because your father was my friend. And because he hesitated. Because if what you're experiencing is real, you shouldn't face it alone. His words brought unexpected tears to my eyes. Thank you. But no, I'll be okay. I think I just need some sleep. We ended the call, and I sat in the diner until dawn, afraid to go back to my apartment, afraid of what might be waiting for me in any puddle, any glass of water, any reflective surface. When the rain stopped and the sun rose, I finally returned home. The apartment was as I had left it. No sign of the water creature that had chased me out. Had I imagined it after all? I approached the kitchen cautiously. The sink was dry, the dishes I had been washing still soaking in water that looked perfectly normal. No glow, no faces. Relief made my knees weak. Maybe Sheriff Mills was right. Maybe the trauma of Dad's death, combined with the stories and my experiences at the lake, had triggered some kind of psychotic episode. Or maybe the thing only appeared at night. Maybe sunlight weakened it somehow. Either way, I couldn't stay in this apartment. I couldn't live wondering if every glass of water, every puddle, every mirror might suddenly reveal something impossible and terrifying. I packed a bag with a few essentials and checked into a hotel. Then I did something I should have done weeks ago. I started researching Stillwater Lake in earnest. The local Brackenbush Library had digitized some of its records, and I found articles similar to the ones Dad had collected. Disappearances over the decades, always near the winter solstice, always with the same pattern. Clothes left behind, bodies never recovered. But there was more. In the oldest records, dating back to when European settlers first arrived in the area, I found references to the lake being considered sacred by the indigenous people, not in a positive sense, but in a way one might consider a plague or a dangerous predator to be sacred, something to be respected out of fear, appeased with offerings. According to these accounts, the local tribe believed that an ancient spirit had become trapped in the lake during a great battle between supernatural forces. This spirit was neither good nor evil, but utterly alien, unable to comprehend human life or death. It existed in a state of perpetual hunger, not for food, but for experience. The experience of being human, of having physical sensations, of living in the material world. To appease this spirit and prevent it from taking tribal members at random, the tribe would select one person every generation to become its vessel. This person, always chosen from the same bloodline, would go willingly into the lake on the winter solstice. In return, the spirit would leave the rest of the tribe alone for another generation. The European settlers had dismissed these beliefs as primitive superstition. They built homes around the lake despite warnings. And then the disappearances began. I sat back from my laptop, mind racing. If these accounts were accurate, then the thing in the lake had been taking people for centuries, possibly longer. It had a pattern. a purpose, and somehow the Mercer family had become its chosen bloodline in modern times. But there was nothing in these records about how to destroy it, nothing that explained what Dad might have discovered. I expanded my search, looking for any research on Stillwater Lake beyond the local records. Most of what I found was standard environmental reports, water quality assessments, fish population studies, the usual. Then I found something odd, a reference in an obscure academic journal to a study conducted at Stillwater Lake 5 years ago, the Stillwater Anomaly Research Project. The lead researcher was listed as Dr. Thomas Mercer, Uncle Tom's project, the one that had been classified after he disappeared. The article itself was brief and frustratingly vague, mentioning only that the team had discovered unusual properties in the lake water that challenged current understanding of molecular physics. It referred to a more comprehensive report that was never published, but there was a photograph of the research team, 5 people standing by the lake shore, scientific equipment visible in the background. I recognized Uncle Tom from old family photos. Next to him was an Asian woman whom I assumed was Dr. Chun, the researcher who had later spoken to Sheriff Mills. I searched for information on Dr. Elizabeth Chun and found that she was now teaching at MIT, less than a mile from my apartment. She had published nothing about Stillwater Lake since the project was shut down, focusing instead on conventional hydrological research. It was a long shot, but she might know what Dad had discovered about destroying the entity. At the very least, she might be able to tell me more about what they had found during their research. I emailed her, requesting a meeting to discuss a personal matter related to Thomas Mercer and Stillwater Lake. I didn't expect a quick response. Academics are notoriously slow to answer emails from strangers, but to my surprise, she replied within an hour. Mr. Mercer, I've been expecting your message for some time. Yes, I will meet with you. Tonight, if possible. There are things you need to know. Things I should have told your father when I had the chance. Come to my office at 7 p.m. Please tell no one about this meeting. Dr. Elizabeth Chun. The urgency of her response was unsettling. Why had she been expecting to hear from me? And what did she mean about things she should have told Dad? I arrived at MIT's Department of Earth, Atmospheric, and Planetary Sciences just before 7 p.m. The building was quiet, most students and faculty having left for the day. Dr. Chen's office was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a dimly lit hallway. She opened the door at my first knock, as if she had been waiting just on the other side. Dr. Chen was in her 50s, petite, with short gray-streaked hair and intense eyes behind round glasses. Daniel Mercer, she said, not a question, but a confirmation. You look like your uncle. Come in, quickly. Her office was cluttered with books, papers, and scientific equipment I couldn't identify. The walls were lined with topographical maps and satellite images of bodies of water. She closed and locked the door behind me. Thank you for meeting with me. I began, but she cut me off with a sharp gesture. We don't have much time. I saw it in the rain yesterday. It's getting stronger, finding new ways to manifest. A chill ran down my spine. You saw it too, the thing from the lake. I've been seeing it for 5 years, she said grimly. Ever since Stillwater. Ever since it took Thomas. What is it? Really? Dr. Chen motioned for me to sit, then took her own seat behind the desk. We don't have adequate language to describe it. The closest scientific term would be a sentient molecular anomaly, water that has somehow developed consciousness. But even that doesn't capture what it truly is. The indigenous legends say it's a spirit trapped in the lake. Yes, I'm familiar with those accounts, and they may be as accurate as any scientific explanation we could offer. She leaned forward. What we discovered at Stillwater was that the water molecules in that lake behave in ways that defy the laws of physics. They can reorganize themselves instantaneously, change their properties, even transmit information that resembles thought patterns. Like telepathy, the voices I heard in my head. Exactly. When you make physical contact with water, or even when you're near enough for water molecules to evaporate and touch your skin, it can interface directly with your neural pathways. It reads your thoughts, your memories, your desires, and it uses those against you. But why? What does it want? Dr. Chen's expression darkened. to experience being human. It exists in a state we can barely comprehend, aware but formless, conscious but unable to interact with the physical world except through water. It envies us our solid bodies, our sensory experiences. So it possesses people, takes over their bodies, in a manner of speaking. But it's not like a ghost inhabiting a corpse. It's more, it copies you. Every memory, every thought pattern, every personality trait. It absorbs them all and then recreates them in a new form. A form made primarily of the anomalous water, but structured to mimic human biology. I thought of the figure I had seen in Dad's bedroom window. Something that looked like Dad but wasn't. And the original person? What happens to them? Dr. Chen hesitated. We don't know for certain. The tribal legends suggest they become part of the entity, their consciousness absorbed into its collective awareness. Our research indicated something similar, emerging rather than a replacement. So my father might still exist in some form, inside that thing. Possibly, but not in any way we would recognize as human consciousness. She studied me over her glasses. You've encountered it personally, haven't you? It's shown itself to you. I nodded and described my experiences. The face in the lake, the voice in my head, the water creature in my apartment. It's escalating, Dr. Chen said when I finished. Normally, it only manifests fully at the lake itself. If it's able to appear to you in Boston, through your kitchen sink. She shook her head. That suggests it's growing more powerful, expanding its reach. Why me? Why the Mercer family? We're not entirely sure. The tribal legends mention specific bloodlines being more compatible with the entity. During our research, we discovered that certain genetic markers seem to make individuals more receptive to the anomaly's influence. Thomas had those markers. I'm guessing your father did too. And me. Almost certainly. I felt sick. My father's last letter mentioned a way to destroy it. Do you know what he was referring to? Dr. Chen's eyes widened. Henry found a way. He never shared that with me. The letter was cut off before he could explain it. She looked thoughtful. Thomas was working on something before he disappeared. A way to neutralize the anomaly by altering its molecular structure. But his research was incomplete. After he went missing, all our data was confiscated. Our project shut down. By whom? The government. We never knew exactly. Men in suits with vague credentials and the authority to seize everything. They told us the lake was being contained, that what we had discovered was too dangerous for public knowledge. She laughed bitterly, as if you can contain water. But obviously some of your team continued to investigate privately. You went back to talk to Sheriff Mills. Yes, a year after the incident. By then, I had started experiencing manifestations. The entity followed me home, just as it's followed you. I knew then that containment had failed, that it was finding new vectors to spread its influence. So what do we do? How do we stop it? Dr. Chen opened a drawer and removed a small flash drive. This contains the only surviving copy of our research data. Thomas's final notes. They're incomplete, but if your father was on the same track, perhaps together we can find the answer. She handed me the drive. Our fingers touched briefly in the exchange, and I noticed her hand was cold and slightly damp, as if she had just washed it. Be careful, Daniel, she said, her eyes intense behind her glasses. It knows we're meeting. It knows we're looking for a way to destroy it. It will try to stop us. How? What can water do? You'd be surprised. Water is patient, persistent. Given enough time, it can wear down mountains, carve canyons, destroy civilizations. And this water has intelligence guiding it. As if to punctuate her warning, the lights in the office flickered. We both looked up. You should go, Dr. Chen said, suddenly urgent. Don't use the flash drive on any computer connected to the internet. It will be monitoring, looking for any mention of Stillwater Lake or the research. How can water monitor the internet? It's not just in Stillwater Lake anymore. It's in the water table, the rivers, the rain, and water is everywhere. In our plumbing, our irrigation systems, our bodies. It's learning to use our infrastructure against us. Her words sent a wave of paranoia through me. If what she was saying was true, nowhere was safe. As I stood to leave, a drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing on Dr. Chen's desk. Then another, and another. We both stared at the growing puddle. The water was taking on that familiar blue-white glow. "Run," Dr. Chen whispered. Now, I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted from the office, the flash drive clutched tightly in my hand. Behind me, I heard Dr. Chen cry out, the sound cut short by what seemed like a rushing of water. I should have gone back to help her, but fear propelled me forward, down the hallway, down the stairs, out into the night. It was raining again, a gentle spring shower that now seemed malevolent in its intent. Each droplet that touched my skin felt wrong, alien aware. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, constantly looking over my shoulder. As I drove away from the MIT campus, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw a figure standing in the rain, watching me go. It looked like Dr. Chen, but even from a distance, I could tell something was wrong with her proportions, with the way she moved. The flash drive seemed to burn in my pocket. I needed to view its contents. But where? My apartment wasn't safe. The hotel wasn't safe. Nowhere with plumbing, with water, was safe. I ended up at a 24-hour electronics store, where I purchased a cheap laptop with cash. Then I drove to an all-night diner, choosing a booth far from the restrooms, away from the constant sound of running water from the kitchen. With shaking hands, I inserted the flash drive into the new laptop. It contained dozens of files, research notes, data sets, video recordings. Most of it was technical jargon beyond my understanding, dense with scientific terminology and mathematical formulas. But there were also personal logs from Uncle Tom, more accessible to a layman like me. I started with the earliest entries and worked my way forward. Tom's initial observations were cautious, scientific. He described unusual properties in the lake water, how it sometimes seemed to move against current, how it reflected light at impossible angles, how samples would change their molecular structure when observed under a microscope. As the research progressed, his entries became more excited, then concerned, then frightened. Day 47. The water samples continued to display intelligent response to stimuli. When we introduced certain chemicals, the molecules reorganized themselves to neutralize the threat, not through normal chemical reactions, but through what can only be described as deliberate restructuring. It's as if the water is thinking. Day 58. Elizabeth believes we should terminate the project. I disagree. Whatever this phenomenon is, it represents a completely new understanding of matter and consciousness. You can't walk away now. Day 63. I saw a face in the lake today. My face, but not. The others didn't see it. Am I hallucinating from stress? Or is this thing trying to communicate specifically with me? Day 70. The voices have started. At first, just whispers at the edge of hearing. Now clearer. They know my name. They know about Mary and Henry, about my childhood. How is this possible? Water cannot have memory, cannot have consciousness. And yet, day 75, it's offering me knowledge. Secrets of the universe, it says. All I have to do is go into the water. I'm not crazy. This is real. The others have started to experience it too. Elizabeth most strongly after me. Day 82. I've made a breakthrough. The anomalous water has a unique molecular structure unlike any known form of H2O. But more importantly, it's vulnerable to certain resonant frequencies. In our tests, exposure to these specific sound waves caused the water molecules to destabilize, losing their anomalous properties and reverting to normal water. Day 83. Something's wrong. Our equipment is malfunctioning. Data files are corrupting spontaneously, and the voice in my head won't stop now. It knows what I've discovered. It's angry. That was the final entry, dated one day before Uncle Tom's disappearance. I sat back, my mind racing. Resonant frequencies, sound waves that could destabilize the anomalous water, return it to normal water. Was this what Dad had discovered too? Was this the way to destroy the entity? A waitress appeared at my table, startling me. Refill on your coffee, hon? I stared at the pot of dark liquid in her hand. Water, processed, heated, mixed with coffee grounds, but still fundamentally water. No, I said quickly. No, thank you. She gave me an odd look but moved away. I turned back to the laptop, searching through the files for more information about these resonant frequencies. I found a research document titled Sonic Disruption of Anomalous H2O Structures. It was full of technical data, charts, and equations, most of it meaningless to me, but the conclusion was clear. Certain sound frequencies, when amplified sufficiently, cause the anomalous water molecules to break down into normal water molecules. The specific frequencies were listed: 396 Hz, 417 Hz, 528 Hz, 639 Hz, 741 Hz, and 852 Hz. These had to be generated simultaneously in a specific pattern to create what Uncle Tom called a disruption field. It was a weapon against the entity, a way to destroy it, or at least return it to normal water, stripping away whatever alien consciousness had infected it. But there was a catch. The effect was temporary and localized. To permanently neutralize the entity in Stillwater Lake would require a massive sonic emitter placed in the center of the lake, broadcasting these frequencies continuously for at least 72 hours. The logistics seemed impossible. How would I build such a device? How would I power it? How would I place it in the center of a lake inhabited by a hostile, intelligent entity that could read my thoughts and take human form? As I pondered these questions, I became aware of something strange. The coffee in the cup beside my laptop was moving, not from vibration or because the table was uneven. It was moving of its own accord, forming tiny ripples that organized themselves into a pattern, the suggestion of a face. I jerked away from the table, knocking the cup over. Coffee spilled across the table, narrowly missing the laptop. The waitress hurried over with a cloth. "Sorry," I muttered, closing the laptop and removing the flash drive. "I've got to go." Outside, the rain had stopped, but puddles dotted the parking lot, reflecting the neon lights of the diner. As I walked to my car, I avoided looking at them, afraid of what I might see in their surfaces. I needed help. I couldn't do this alone. But who would believe such an impossible story? Sheriff Mills might. He had seen things at the lake himself. He knew the legends, knew about the research team, and he had offered to come to Boston if I needed him. I called him for my car, the flash drive secure in my pocket, the laptop on the passenger seat beside me. "Daniel," he answered, sounding groggy. It was the middle of the night. "What's happened?" "I met with Dr. Chun," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "She gave me Uncle Tom's research data. I know how to destroy the thing in the lake." That woke him up. "How?" I explained about the resonant frequencies, the sonic disruption field, the need for a massive emitter in the center of the lake. "That sounds complicated," Sheriff Mills said when I finished. "It is. I don't have the expertise to build something like that, but maybe with Dr. Chen's help." I stopped, remembering the figure I had seen in the rain outside MIT. "Actually, I'm worried about Dr. Chen. The entity might have gotten to her. I ran when water started leaking into her office. I should have stayed, should have helped her. If it was manifesting physically, there's nothing you could have done," Sheriff Mills said grimly, "except get taken yourself." "So what now? Who can help us build this device?" Sheriff Mills was quiet for a moment. "I might know someone, an engineer who works for the town, maintains our water treatment facility. He's unconventional, but brilliant, and he's always believed the stories about the lake." "Would he help us?" "For the chance to prove the existence of a sentient water entity? Absolutely." "And what about you?" I asked. "Will you help?" "Daniel, your father was my oldest friend. I watched you grow up. Of course I'll help." Relief washed over me. I wasn't alone in this. I'm going to fly out there. I decided. Back to Brackenbush. We need to end this where it began, at Stillwater Lake. "Are you sure that's wise? Coming back to the lake might be exactly what it wants." "Maybe, but it can reach me anywhere now. At least in Brackenbush. We'll have your help and this engineer's expertise, and we'll be close to the lake when we're ready to deploy the device." Sheriff Mills sighed. "All right, when are you coming?" "Tomorrow. First flight I can get. I'll pick you up at the airport. And Daniel, Yes, be careful on the flight. Avoid drinking anything. Avoid the bathroom if you can. The warning sent a fresh wave of paranoia through me. You think it could reach me on a plane? 30,000 feet in the air. I don't know what its limits are. Better safe than sorry. After we hung up, I booked a morning flight to the regional airport nearest Brackenbush. Then I checked into a different hotel, paying cash, using a fake name. I was taking no chances now. In my room, I pushed a dresser against the bathroom door. I removed the battery from my cell phone. I even put duct tape around the edges of the windows, irrationally afraid that rain might find a way to seep in. Despite my exhaustion, sleep was elusive. When I did finally drift off, my dreams were filled with dark water and faces that weren't quite human, watching me from every reflective surface. I woke before dawn and left for the airport immediately. The laptop and flash drive my only luggage. The flight was mercifully uneventful. As Sheriff Mills had advised, I avoided drinking anything and didn't use the bathroom. He was waiting for me at the small regional airport, looking older and more worn than he had just weeks ago when I left Brackenbush. "You look terrible," he said by way of greeting. "So do you." He managed a grim smile. "Haven't been sleeping well. Dreams about the lake." That sent a chill through me. "You too. Since when?" "Since you left." Sheriff Mills took my arm, leading me toward his cruiser. "It's like your visit woke something up. There have been incidents in town." "What kind of incidents?" He waited until we were in the car to respond. Water mains breaking for no reason, plumbing backing up in houses near the lake, and people seeing things, faces in puddles, voices in the rain. He glanced at me as he drove. "I think it's getting stronger, spreading its influence." "We're getting desperate," I suggested. "If Dad and Uncle Tom both discovered a way to destroy it." "Maybe. Either way, we need to move fast." Sheriff Mills handed me a business card. "This is Conrad Weiss, the engineer I told you about. He's expecting us this afternoon." Conrad Weiss lived in a converted warehouse at the edge of town. The interior a chaotic mix of sophisticated electronic equipment and half-completed inventions. He was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s, with wild salt and pepper hair and the intense eyes of someone whose mind never stops working. He listened without interruption as I explained what we had learned from Uncle Tom's research data and what we needed to build. When I finished, he nodded as if I had just asked him to construct a simple bookshelf, rather than a device to destroy an impossible water entity. Resonant frequencies targeting specific molecular structures. He said thoughtfully, "Brilliant, actually. I can build this. It'll take a few days to gather the components and assemble them properly." "We don't have a few days," I said urgently. "This thing is spreading, getting stronger." "Can't rush quality work," Conrad replied, "especially when we'll need to make it waterproof and powerful enough to broadcast these frequencies across the entire lake." "What about power?" Sheriff Mills asked. "Daniel said it needs to run continuously for 72 hours. Conrad grinned. "I've been experimenting with a self-sustaining power cell. It uses the motion of water itself to generate electricity. Ironic that it might be the perfect power source for this project." "So the device would actually be powered by the lake," I said. "By the very thing we're trying to destroy. Elegant, isn't it? Give me 3 days. For at most." I wanted to argue that we didn't have that much time, but the truth was we had no choice. We needed Conrad's expertise and his equipment. "All right," I agreed reluctantly, "but we need to be careful. The entity knows we're trying to destroy it. It will try to stop us." Conrad's eyes gleamed with excitement rather than fear. "An intelligent adversary made of water. You have any idea how fascinating that is from a scientific perspective?" "It's killed people," Sheriff Mills reminded him sharply. "This isn't an academic exercise." "Of course not," Conrad said, properly chastened. "I'll get to work right away, and I'll be careful." Sheriff Mills drove me to his house, where he had prepared a guest room. "You'll stay with me while we wait for Conrad to build the device. I don't want you alone at the cabin." I was grateful for the company and the security. The sheriff's house was small but comfortable. with a spare bedroom that he had clearly hastily cleaned for my arrival, over a dinner that neither of us had much appetite for. Sheriff Mills shared what he knew about recent events in Brackenbush. "It's not just the water problems," he said, pushing food around his plate. "People have been acting strangely. Lisa at the diner, the waitress you spoke to, she went missing for 24 hours last week. When she came back, she said she had no memory of where she'd been. And Mrs. Whitaker at the general store." He hesitated. "What about her?" "She started telling customers that the lake was calling her, that it was showing her wonderful things. Her husband found her sleepwalking toward the lake in the middle of the night twice." My skin crawled. "It's influencing more people, expanding its reach." "Yes, and always people with connections to those who have already been taken. Lisa's brother disappeared at the lake years ago. Mrs. Whitaker's grandfather was one of the cases in your father's file." "Bloodlines," I murmured, remembering Dr. Chen's words. "It's drawn to specific genetic markers." We fell silent, the implications hanging heavy in the air. How many people in Brackenbush shared these markers? How many were vulnerable to the entity's influence? That night, I dreamed I was underwater, looking up at the underside of the dock at my father's cabin. From his perspective, I could see boot prints, Dad's boots, walking along the dock. Then the boot stopped, and a man's figure dove into the water, plunging toward me. It was Dad, but as he swam deeper, his features began to change, to shift and flow like water itself. His eyes grew wider, his smile fixed and unnatural, and when he reached me, his hand passing through me like I was the one made of water, I heard his voice in my head. "You're too late, Daniel. I'm already becoming, and soon you will too." I woke gasping, my body drenched in sweat. For a terrifying moment, I thought it was lake water covering me, that somehow I had been transported to Stillwater Lake in my sleep. But no, I was still in Sheriff Mills's guest room, the first light of dawn creeping around the edges of the curtains. The next 3 days were an exercise in paranoia and patience. Conrad worked tirelessly on the device, sending updates via Sheriff Mills since I had disconnected my phone, too afraid of the entity's reach through the cellular networks. The entity, meanwhile, seemed to be escalating its manifestations around town. Water mains continued to burst. The municipal swimming pool had to be closed when swimmers reported seeing faces beneath the surface. A child nearly drowned in his own bathtub when what his parents described as hands made of water held him under. On the morning of the 4th day, Conrad called to say the device was ready. "It's beautiful," he told me when Sheriff Mills and I arrived at his workshop. Perfect fusion of acoustic engineering and molecular disruptor technology. The device didn't look beautiful to me. It resembled metallic octopus, a central spherical unit with 8 jointed arms extending outward, each tipped with what appeared to be a specialized speaker. The whole thing was encased in clear, waterproof material. "These emit the specific frequencies," Conrad explained, pointing to the speakers. "The arms will unfold once it's in the water, creating a 360-degree disruption field. The power cell is in the central unit. As water flows through these intake valves, it generates electricity, which powers the emitters." "And it will work?" I asked, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice. It seemed too simple, too mechanical a solution for something as otherworldly as the entity. "If your uncle's research is correct, yes, these frequencies will disrupt the anomalous molecular structure of the entity, reverting it to normal water." "But," Conrad hesitated. "But what?" "But we need to place it in the deepest part of the lake for maximum effectiveness, and the entity will almost certainly try to stop us." "How deep is the lake?" I asked Sheriff Mills. "About 70 feet at its deepest point. That's near the center, about a quarter mile from your dad's dock." I swallowed hard. "So one of us has to take it out there, in a boat." "Not just take it out there," Conrad corrected. "One of us has to dive down with it, make sure it settles in the right position and activates properly." The implication hung in the air. Someone had to enter the water, the entity's domain. "I'll do it," I said before I could lose my nerve. "It has to be me." Sheriff Mills shook his head. "Daniel, that's exactly what it wants." You're part of the bloodline it's been targeting for generations, which is precisely why it has to be me, I argued. It wants me. It will be focused on me. That gives the device the best chance of activating before the entity can disable it. Conrad and Sheriff Mills exchanged glances. He's right, Conrad said reluctantly. The entity will be most attracted to him, most distracted. It's suicide, Sheriff Mills protested. Maybe not, Conrad said thoughtfully. I can rig up a dry suit, completely sealed, no water contact with the skin, air tank, full face mask, and we'll attach a cable to the device and to Daniel. Once it's positioned, he can ascend immediately. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it was the best we had. We spent the rest of the day preparing. Conrad modified a diving dry suit with extra seals and a tether system for the device. Sheriff Mills arranged for a boat. We would use the police department's patrol craft rather than risk borrowing one locally, where word might get back to anyone under the entity's influence. We decided to deploy the device at dawn the next morning. The lake would be calm, the light good enough to see, but early enough that few people would be around to notice or interfere. That night, back at Sheriff Mills's house, I wrote letters. One to my boss explaining my absence, another to my few friends in Boston in case I didn't return. I didn't explain the truth in these letters. Who would believe it? Instead, I crafted plausible lies about family emergencies and personal time needed. Sheriff Mills found me sealing the envelopes. "You're going to make it back, Daniel," he said firmly. "This isn't a suicide mission. I know, but just in case." I handed him the letters. He took them reluctantly. "Your father would be proud of you, you know, facing this thing head on." Would he? Or would he tell me I'm a fool for coming back here, for putting myself within its reach? Sheriff Mills smiled sadly. Both, probably. Henry was practical to a fault, but he was also the bravest man I ever knew. "I wish I'd known him better," I said quietly. "I wasted so many years staying away." He understood. He never blamed you. He sat in silence for a while, the weight of tomorrow's task pressing down on us. What if it doesn't work? I asked finally. What if the device fails, or the entity is too strong? Then we try something else. We don't give up. Sheriff Mills's jaw was set in a determined line. This thing has been terrorizing Brackenbush for generations, taking too many of our people. It's time it ended. I nodded, trying to draw strength from his conviction, but as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, doubts crept in. What if the device didn't work? What if Uncle Tom and Dad had been wrong about the resonant frequencies? What if I was diving to my death, or worse, diving to become the entity's next vessel? And beneath these practical concerns lurked a deeper, more terrifying question. What if part of me wanted to go into the water? What if the entity's call was already working on me, compelling me toward it just as it had compelled Dad and Uncle Tom? When Sheriff Mills knocked on my door at 4:30 a.m., I had been awake for hours. We drove in silence to the lake, where Conrad was waiting with the device and the modified diving suit. The patrol boat was already in the water, bobbing gently against the public dock on the opposite side of the lake from my father's cabin. Mist hung over the water, ghostly in the pre-dawn light. The lake's surface was glass smooth, reflecting the fading stars and the silhouettes of surrounding pines. It was beautiful in its stillness, giving no hint of the horror that lurked beneath. I put on the dry suit with Conrad's help, checking and double-checking each seal. The device was secured to a harness I would wear, with a tether that would allow me to detach it once I reached the bottom. "Remember," Conrad instructed as he helped me with the full-face diving mask. "Once you position the device on the lake bed, press this activation switch. The arms will extend automatically. Then release the harness and ascend immediately. Don't wait to see if it works. Don't hesitate for any reason." I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. "And Daniel," Conrad gripped my shoulder. "If you hear voices, if you see things underwater, ignore them. That's the entity trying to keep you down there. The dry suit should prevent direct contact, but it might still be able to project thoughts at you." "I understand." Sheriff Mills helped me into the boat, then started the motor. Conrad would remain on shore. Monitoring a crude sonar device, he had rigged up to track my descent and the device's activation. As we moved slowly across the lake, I became aware of a change in the atmosphere. The mist was thickening, not burning off as it should with the approach of sunrise. It swirled around the boat in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, forming shapes that hinted at human forms before dissipating. It knows, I said quietly to Sheriff Mills. It knows what we're doing. He nodded grimly, one hand on the tiller, the other on his sidearm. A futile gesture against an enemy made of water, but I appreciated the instinct. When we reached the center of the lake, Sheriff Mills cut the engine. The boat drifted to a stop, rocking gently on the glassy surface. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the usual lapping of water against the hull. It was as if the entire lake was holding its breath. "This is it," Sheriff Mills said, checking the depth finder. 72 feet. I stood up carefully, the weight of the device and diving gear making me awkward and unsteady. Sheriff Mills helped me to the edge of the boat. "Remember, once the device is placed, get out of there fast," he said. "Don't look back, don't hesitate." "I know. And Daniel," he gripped my arm hard, "whatever you see down there, whatever you hear, it's not real. It's not your father." I nodded, too nervous to speak. Then, with the final check of my equipment, I rolled backward off the boat and into Stillwater Lake. The water was shockingly cold, despite the summer temperature. For a moment, panic gripped me. I was in the entity's domain now, surrounded by it, at its mercy. But the dry suit held, keeping the water from touching my skin. I oriented myself and began to descend, the device heavy against my chest. Light filtered weakly from above, barely penetrating the murky depths. My dive light cut a pale comb through the darkness, illuminating particles suspended in the water and very little else. 30 feet down, my ears popped despite the mask's pressure equalization. The cold was intense now, seeping through the dry suit, numbing my fingers. 50 feet down, and the darkness was nearly absolute. My dive light seemed weaker, its beam swallowed by the blackness. The pressure squeezed my chest, making each breath an effort. And then, at 60 feet, I began to see the glow. That same blue-white luminescence I had seen before, emanating not from any particular source, but from the water itself. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. "Daniel," a voice said in my head. "You came back to us." I tried to ignore it, to focus on my descent. "Just a few more feet. We've been waiting for you. Your father is here. Your uncle. All the Mercers who came before. You belong with us." The glow intensified, and in its light, I began to see shapes moving in the water around me. Human shapes, or nearly so. Figures that twisted and flowed, their features constantly shifting but recognizable in brief flashes. There was Uncle Tom, whom I knew only from photographs. There was Mrs. Whitaker's grandfather, whom I had seen in old pictures in the general store. And there was Dad. He moved close to me, his face pressing against my dive mask, his expression one of serene welcome. "Join us, son," his voice said in my head. "It's beautiful here, peaceful, no more pain, no more loneliness." I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the vision. Not real, I told myself. Not Dad, the entity, trying to keep me from completing my mission. I continued to descend. My dive computer showed 70 feet. I was nearly at the bottom, just a little farther. The shapes in the water grew more agitated, swirling around me in a frenzy. The voice in my head became a cacophony of voices, all pleading, threatening, seducing. "You'll die if you do this. We'll die. Your family will die. We can give you everything you've ever wanted. Knowledge, power, your mother and father, restored to you. The device won't work. Your uncle was wrong. Your father was wrong. You're sacrificing yourself for nothing." My feet touched the lake bed, sending up a cloud of silt. I had made it. Now I just had to position the device, activate it, and get out. I unstrapped the device from my chest and placed it carefully on the lake bed, ensuring it was stable on the flat surface. The arms were still folded against the central unit, waiting for activation. As I reached for the switch, water began to coalesce in front of me, forming into a human figure more solid and defined than the others. It was me, My exact duplicate, but with those two wide eyes, that two-fixed smile. Stop, it said, its voice clearer than the others. You don't understand what you're doing. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the activation switch. We are not your enemy. We are evolution, adaptation, the next step for humanity. You've killed people, I said aloud, my voice strange inside the diving mask. You've taken them against their will. No, we've saved them, preserved them. Their consciousness lives on in us, part of something greater than the single human life. That's not your choice to make. The water mead tilted its head, an eerily human gesture, isn't it? Humans make this choice for other species every day. You capture, study, destroy what you don't understand. We simply seek to exist alongside you, to experience what you experience. The device suddenly felt heavy in my hands. Wrong. Was I making a terrible mistake? Committing genocide against a new form of life, simply because I feared what I didn't understand? Yes, the water me urged. Now you see, we are not monsters. We are simply different. I thought of Dad's journal entries, the descent into fear and paranoia. I thought of the missing people over generations, leaving behind grieving families. I thought of the child nearly drowned in his bathtub. No, I said firmly, whatever you are, whatever your intentions, you can't forcibly take over human beings. That's not coexistence. That's invasion. I pressed the activation switch. The water mead's expression changed from persuasive to furious in an instant. It lunged at me, its form losing cohesion as it moved, becoming a rushing torrent aimed at my face. At the same moment, the device's arms began to unfold, extending outward like the petals of a mechanical flower. A high-pitched hum filled the water, vibrating through my body, making my teeth ache inside my skull. The rushing water that had been my doppelganger hit my mask with enough force to snap my head back. For one terrifying moment, I thought the seal would break, that the entity would breach the mask and touch my skin. But the seal held. All around me, the glowing shapes in the water were writhing, distorting, seeming to scream, though I heard nothing but that high-pitched hum. The blue-white luminescence pulsed erratically, like a heart in fibrillation. The device was working. The resonant frequencies were disrupting the anomalous water molecules. I needed to ascend. Now, I released the harness connecting me to the device and kicked upward, leaving the humming machine on the lake bed. Immediately, the water around me seemed to thicken, becoming resistant to my movements. It was like swimming through molasses. The entity was trying to keep me down. I fought against the pressure, kicking harder, clawing my way upward. 50 feet, 40. The light from above was growing brighter. The sun must have risen. 30 feet, and I felt something tear at my dry suit, a sharp tug at my leg. I looked down to see a tendril of glowing water wrapped around my ankle, pulling me back toward the depths. I kicked frantically, trying to dislodge it. 25 feet. The tendril tightened, joined by others. They were like liquid ropes, stronger than they had any right to be. 20 feet. My lungs were burning now, the air in my tank getting thin. Had the entity damaged my equipment somehow? Or was I just breathing too fast in my panic? 15 feet. The tendrils multiplied, wrapping around my legs, my torso, even reaching for my mask. I could see the surface now, tantalizing in its closeness. Sheriff Mills's boat was a dark shape against the brightness. 10 feet. The pull from below was overwhelming. For every foot I ascended, the entity dragged me back 6 inches. I was making progress, but too slowly. My vision was starting to darken at the edges. Not enough air. 5 feet. So close. I could see Sheriff Mills leaning over the side of the boat, reaching toward me. But the tendrils were too strong, too numerous. I was stuck, neither ascending nor descending, suspended in a tug of war between the surface and the depths. And then the tendrils began to lose cohesion. Their grip weakened. The glowing water around me started to look normal. Just water. The resonant frequencies were working, spreading outward from the device, converting the anomalous water back to ordinary H2O. With a final surge of effort, I broke the surface, gasping and splashing. Sheriff Mills hauled me into the boat, with strength born of desperation. Daniel, thank God. I thought you were. He stopped, staring past me at the lake. I turned to look. The entire surface of Stillwater Lake was agitated, churning as if boiling. The mist had vanished, revealing a beautiful, clear morning. And everywhere, the water was changing. The subtle blue-white glow that I had come to associate with the entity was fading, replaced by the normal reflective quality of ordinary water. "It's working," I gasped, tearing off my diving mask. "The device is working." Sheriff Mills helped me strip off the dry suit, checking me for injuries. The suit had been breached in several places, small tears around the ankles and wrists where the entity's tendrils had attacked. The water had seeped in, touching my skin, but it was just water now. Normal, non-sentient water. As we watched, the lake gradually calmed. The churning subsided, replaced by gentle ripples that reflected the morning sunlight in entirely ordinary ways. "We should get back to shore," Sheriff Mills said, starting the boat's motor. "Conrad will want to know it worked." As we headed back, I kept expecting something to happen, for the water to rear up in one final attack, for glowing tendrils to emerge from the depths and drag the boat down. But nothing did. The lake remained calm, peaceful, just a lake. Conrad was waiting anxiously on the shore. He embraced me when I staggered out of the boat, soaking wet and exhausted but alive. "It worked?" he asked, though the answer was written in our relieved faces. "It worked," Sheriff Mills confirmed. The whole lake had changed. You could see it. Conrad's eyes gleamed with scientific excitement. "I need to take samples, run tests. If the molecular structure has truly been altered back to normal water." "Later," Sheriff Mills said firmly. "Right now, we need to get Daniel looked at. He was down there a long time, and his suit was breached." I allowed them to help me to Sheriff Mills's car, my legs wobbly with exhaustion and relief. As we drove away from the lake, I kept looking back, still expecting to see something. A glowing face, a water tendril, some sign that the entity had survived. But Stillwater Lake looked like any other lake now, beautiful and ordinary in the morning light. We went to Dr. Wilson, the town physician who had been treating Brackenbush residents since before I was born. After examining me and finding nothing worse than mild hypothermia and some bruising, he gave me a sedative to help me sleep. I crashed at Sheriff Mills's house, falling into the first dreamless sleep I'd had in weeks. When I woke, it was early evening, the setting sun casting long shadows across the guest room. Sheriff Mills was in the kitchen, cooking something that smelled delicious. Conrad sat at the table, examining water samples through a portable microscope. "He lives," Sheriff Mills said with a smile when I appeared in the doorway. "How do you feel?" "Better. Rested." I sat heavily at the table. "Any news from the lake?" "I went back this afternoon with Conrad. Everything's normal. No lights, no faces, no voices." Conrad looked up from his microscope. "The water samples are completely ordinary H2O. No anomalous molecular structures. Whatever that thing was, your uncle's device destroyed it, or at least returned it to its natural state." "And the town? Any reports of strange happenings? Water behaving oddly?" Sheriff Mills shook his head. "Nothing. In fact, Mrs. Whitaker called to say she slept through the night, for the first time in weeks. No sleepwalking toward the lake. It was over then, really over. The entity that had haunted Stillwater Lake for generations, that had taken my uncle and my father, was gone. Over dinner, we discussed what to do next. The device would continue emitting the resonant frequencies for the full 72 hours as planned, ensuring that every molecule of anomalous water in the lake was neutralized. After that, Conrad would retrieve it. What about other bodies of water?" I asked. Dr. Chen said it had spread beyond Stillwater Lake, into the water table, the rivers. "Possible," Conrad admitted, but the anomalous water was most concentrated in Stillwater. That was its source, its home. Without that central consciousness, any fragments elsewhere would be too diluted to maintain coherence. "Like cutting off the head of a snake," Sheriff Mills added. I wanted to believe them, wanted to believe it was truly over, but something nagged at me. "Dr. Chun," I said suddenly, "I need to contact her and make sure she's okay." Sheriff Mills and Conrad exchanged glances. What? I asked, feeling a cold knot form in my stomach. I called MIT while you were sleeping. Sheriff Mills said quietly, Dr. Chun has been missing for 3 days, since the night you met with her. The cold knot tightened. The entity got to her. I saw something that looked like her in the rain outside her office. We don't know that for sure, Sheriff Mills said, but his tone lacked conviction. Even if it did, Conrad added, the destruction of the main entity in Stillwater Lake would have affected any extensions of itself, including copies it made of people. So Dr. Chin might be restored? I asked, hope rising. Conrad shrugged. Or she might be gone. We just don't know enough about how the entity's possession worked. The hope faded. If Dr. Chun had been taken by the entity, converted into one of those water duplicates, there was a good chance she was simply gone now. Neither possessed nor restored, just non-existent. Like Dad, like Uncle Tom, like all the others over the generations. We finished our meal in somber silence, victory over the entity tarnished by the reminder of its victims. Later that night, as I prepared for bed, Sheriff Mills knocked on the guest room door. There's something I need to show you, he said, holding a small wooden box. I found it in Henry's things after he was gone. I was waiting for the right time to give it to you. He handed me the box. Inside was a leather-bound journal I recognized as Dad's and a USB drive, labeled simply for Daniel. I think he knew, Sheriff Mills said quietly. Knew what would happen to him. Knew you would come back eventually. I nodded, unable to speak around the lump in my throat. After Sheriff Mills left, I opened the journal. It was newer than the one I had found before, the entries dating from just days before Dad's disappearance. December 18, I found a way to destroy it. Sound frequencies that disrupt its molecular structure. Tom was on the right track before it took him. I've refined his work, identified the exact combination of frequencies needed. December 19th, it knows what I've discovered. It's angry. The manifestations are stronger now, more frequent. It's in the house sometimes, moving through the pipes, appearing in sinks and toilets. I've shut off the main water valve, but it finds ways in, through the roof when it rains, through condensation on the windows. December 20th, tomorrow is the solstice. It's telling me it will take someone from town. I don't go willingly. A child. I can't let that happen. Better me than an innocent. I've left instructions for Daniel in case he comes looking. The USB drive contains everything. The research, the frequency formulas, the device designs. If you're reading this, son, I hope you're far from this place. Don't come back to Brackenbush. Don't look for me. But if you do, if you've already encountered it, then know that I love you. And I'm sorry for what you must now face. December 21st, solstice. It's time. The water is calling. I'm going to the dock now. I hope someday Daniel understands. I hope someday this ends. That was the final entry. Dad had gone to the dock, removed his boots, and walked into the water, willingly, to save someone else, to save a child. With trembling hands, I inserted the USB drive into my laptop. It contained exactly what Dad had promised. Detailed research notes, frequency formulas, and designs for a device almost identical to what Conrad had built based on Uncle Tom's research. But there was also a video file labeled Final Message. I clicked on it. Dad's face filled the screen, tired, serious, but clear-eyed and determined. He looked directly into the camera, and it was like he was looking at me across time and death. Daniel, he began, if you're watching this, then I'm gone, and you've come back to Brackenbush despite my hopes that you would stay away. I'm sorry for the burden that's now fallen to you. The thing in the lake, it's chosen our family for generations. I don't know why, but I found a way to end it. He explained the resonant frequencies, the disruption field, the device needed to generate it, all the things Uncle Tom and I had already discovered. It needs to be done from within the lake, he continued. The device placed at the deepest point. It will fight, of course. Try to stop whoever brings it down there, which is why I couldn't do it myself. I needed to give myself to it first, to distract it, to give someone else a chance to deploy the device while it's focused on me. I stared at the screen, a chill running down my spine. Dad had sacrificed himself, not just to save a random child, but as part of a calculated plan to destroy the entity. He had known I would come back, known I would find his research, known I would try to finish what he started. I wish there had been another way, Dad said, his voice cracking slightly. I wish we'd had more time together. But know that I love you, son. I've always been proud of you. And when this is over, when the lake is just a lake again, don't waste your life looking back. Don't let grief define you the way I did after your mother died. Live, for both of us. The video ended, freezing on Dad's face, his real face, human and kind and sad. So different from the wrong-faced doppelganger I had seen in the lake. I sat in silence for a long time, tears streaming down my face. The weight of everything that had happened, everything that Dad had sacrificed, pressing down on me. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next day, I went with Sheriff Mills to Dad's cabin. It was time to face it, to see it in the daylight of our victory over the entity. The cabin stood as I had left it months ago, quiet and ordinary. No strange puddles on the floor, no arms reaching up from impossible circles of water, no faces in the windows. I walked down to the dock where Dad had left his boots that December night. The lake stretched before me, blue and innocent in the summer light. Just water now, just a lake. What will you do? Sheriff Mills asked, standing beside me on the dock. Go back to Boston, finish up at my job. Then, I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe travel for a while. See some places that aren't near large bodies of water. He laughed softly at that. You'll always be welcome here, you know. This is still your home, if you want it to be. I looked at the cabin, at the lake. Beautiful, now that the horror was gone. Peaceful. Maybe someday, I said, but not yet. Over the next few days, I settled Dad's affairs properly this time. The cabin would stay in the family. I couldn't bring myself to sell it after all, but I would rent it out for now. Sheriff Mills promised to keep an eye on it for me. Conrad retrieved the device from the lake bed after the full 72 hours. It had worked perfectly, emitting the resonant frequencies continuously, powered by the very water it was transforming. He wanted to publish a paper on the experience, but I persuaded him to wait. The world wasn't ready for the truth about Stillwater Lake. Before leaving Brackenbush, I visited the cemetery where a memorial stone had been placed for Dad, next to Mom's grave. There was no body, there never would be, but it felt right to have a place to say goodbye. You did it, Dad, I said to the stone. It's over. The lake is just a lake now. I placed the small wooden box containing Dad's journal at the base of the memorial. It belonged here, not with me in Boston. This chapter was closed. As I drove away from Brackenbush, I felt lighter than I had in months. The nightmare was over. The entity was gone. Life could begin again. But that night, in a motel hundreds of miles from Stillwater Lake, I woke to the sound of dripping water. Just a leaky faucet in the bathroom, I told myself. Nothing more. I got up to fix it, turning the handle tight to stop the drip. As I turned to go back to bed, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror above the sink. For just an instant, so brief I might have imagined it. My eyes looked too wide, my smile too fixed, and my skin, it moved in ways it shouldn't. I blinked, and my reflection was normal again. Just tired eyes, stubble, tousled hair. Just me. Just water, I thought. It's just water now, wasn't it?